So sent Stephanie's contact info to Teresa to give to that gal.
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting of the Park County Commissioners to order. If you please rise and with pledge. Mr. Mangle.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Scott. Okay, we have the consent agenda to approve minutes for June 2nd, 26. Approve payroll, approve vouchers, approve and sign monthly earning and collection statements for the clerk of district court, sheriff, approve and allow chair to sign LEC 2026 agreement, approve and sign new active in recovery lease, approve out-of-state travel for events department, approve and allow the chair to sign external 911 Fifth Amendment agreement, approve and allow chair to sign a 3 catering permits for the Elkhorn Bar and Grill, approve and allow chair to sign catering and 24-hour malt beverage permit for Jake Clark Mule Days, approve transfer of the ARPA grant funds for 3.2 million previously designed or designated to the Powell Library and Law Enforcement Center HVAC.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the consent agenda as listed.
Second.
Been approved and second to approve the consent agenda as listed. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Next, we have Park County Development Standards and Regulations Amendment. Commissioner Overfield.
Okay, thank you to everybody that showed up for the meetings last week. We do have quite a bit of input to look through. We will start looking through some of that this afternoon that's been provided from the written comments last week. We also have a few of the map updates for the maps that were written on. So we'll take a look at that this afternoon. And then on the 22nd at noon, the input on the website closes. So if you haven't had a chance to comment or need to add additional comments, please go into the website or the Park County website. It's on the main page for a contact or engageparkcounty.com and submit your comments. After that, on the 23rd, I believe the Park County Commissioners and the Planning and Zoning Commission will get together and look at the requested changes that came out of the public meetings and make determinations how we move forward toward the adoption draft. So I think that's where we are right now.
Any further input on the DSR? I would say it was pretty interesting to hitting all the different areas, and the engagement I felt was actually pretty decent.
Mhm.
The feedback I think was good. People seem to be engaged in it. So, some more than others, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Anything else on DSR? With that, we'll open up to any kind of public comment on agenda on agenda or non-agenda items. Any public comment?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I don't have any public comment per se, but I'd like to say I really enjoy the American flags out in front of the courthouse, part of the 250th celebration, and we hope that everyone in the community enjoys that celebration.
Yeah, I was in attendance on Sunday with that. Had a pretty good little turnout. It was interesting. They had a band come down from I think Red Lodge from Montana that played the anthem and played some music over there at the city park afterwards. That was a good turnout. I noticed there was a lot of non-residents taking a lot of photos. You were seeing them pull over with cars and walking down the street taking photos, and I think it was a good turnout. You know, people were engaged.
Cool.
Like I said, the band was great. So
Cool.
Yeah.
Who provided the flags?
The Heritage Museum. And
Oh.
then what they did also is they bought a bunch for downtown businesses with the 250th on it.
Mhm.
And after they got them, I want to say it was close to $27,000 for everything.
Mhm.
There are a lot of businesses come back wanting that weren't involved now want flags.
Mhm.
And then what they're going to do is you put your name on a list, and the first 500 people that put on their name on the list get a flag. And so, you know, they encourage you to put your name down on the list, and then I think they pull them
The 29th,
The
28th or
29th.
29th. They'll be gone before the 4th. the
Yeah.
1st. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, those funds all came from the 250 grant
Right.
program at the state. So the committee approved those local requests and then it went on to the state for approval, and that was one of Heritage Museum's requests.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I left my phone in the car and there was a young gentleman pushing a kid on a swing over there when they were playing the national anthem or whatever, and he had a flag over his shoulder and his hat in his hand, and he kept swinging the kid the
Swinging the
whole
kid.
time. But I couldn't get a picture of it
So how long will the flag stay on the lawn?
till the 29th,
So they'll have to mow around those?
or just not mow.
Just not-
And we only had one water line.
Yeah.
Hit.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, not bad.
Mr. Chair, since there's not public here, I'll add to that. You all remember we passed the letter of support for the Park County Mental Health Walk. That was maybe back in March. It used to be the Beck Lake Challenge, and then got renamed this year the Park County Mental Health Walk. So I attended that on Saturday. And we woke up in the morning, it was raining, it was cold. I tried to convince myself that I could handle the rain. And so I got my daughter to go with me, and we did go out there and walk. And I was surprised. There was actually a really good turnout for the weather. And I think it was a success. And I think it brought a lot of people out just to promote mental health awareness. At the end of the walk, they had some breakfast burritos that were donated by, I believe, Annie's. And then there was a station set up with all the mental health resources that are available throughout the county. So anyway, I just wanted to give a shout out to that group. They did a great job in spite of the weather, and it was a good event. So hopefully going forward, maybe next year the weather will be better and we'll see more.
and they had the Optimist had a good turnout. Their fishing derby a while back.
Mhm.
Up at the Beck Lake. A lot of donations by different groups for poles and kayak, and so that was a pretty good deal. Unfortunately, I was out of town and couldn't attend, but it was a pretty good turnout.
Mr. Chair, our Rex and Park program helped contribute to the fishing poles for the fishing derby. It's part of the
Right.
money given out by Parks and Rec.
Anything else? Any public comment?
Mhm.
Well, with that, I guess we'll be standing by till 9:50.
It's cold. It is cool in here.
Maybe coffee.
Okay, we have a public hearing for the 2026-27 renewal retail and malt beverage permits. Hans Odie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this is the 26-27 retail liquor license and malt beverage license permit renewal. We currently have 27 licenses available in the county. I confirmed that 2 weeks ago with the state, and that number has actually gone up by 2. And that number is based on population. So we get one license per, I think it's 2,000 people or 1,500. I can't recall which number that is, that are in the county. So outside the municipalities. So currently we have 27 permits available. We had, as of last year, we had 23 permits out. This year we are asking to renew 21 permits currently. So we had Community Mountain LLC, which is Sleeping Giant, had just sold. The company who bought Sleeping Giant has not come in to transfer a license yet. And in my discussion with them, I let them know that we had multiple licenses available and there was really no rush to get it done. We don't have people beating down the door coming in to apply for our liquor licenses. So Community Mountain LLC, Sleeping Giant will not be renewing. We did not receive an application from Wapiti Valley Meats LLC, Josh and Lacey Martolio. I spoke with them 3 times on the phone and they never got their license into us, their application into us. So I'm asking that you not consider them for renewal. Again, that's another situation where if they want to continue their license, we have plenty available. They could come in and reapply for a new license and jump through those hoops. So Community Mountain and Wapiti Valley Meats will not be included in your renewal. Couple things that we are working on. Elephant Head Lodge, their Forest Service lease comes up for renewal in 2027 during the time in which their license would be valid. So their 27 license will go through July 24th of 2027. Their Forest Service lease comes up for renewal back, I believe it's in March of 2027. So they are working on an extension of that lease, and all indications are that lease will be coming through before their new license takes effect on July 25th. So when we consider that, when the board considers that, I would like you to just take that into consideration that we are working on that lease. And if you want to add a condition to your motion that says, you know, that the approval for Elephant Head Lodge would be conditional upon the clerk's office receiving the lease. We have one more that is similar to that with the Powell Golf Club. Their lease is with the city of Powell, and it's the same situation where their lease renewal date would come up during the term of their current license, or what would be their current license. I have a call in to Zach Thorrington. Again, that's one that we anticipate will be cleared up within probably within the next 2 weeks, I'm going to guess. There's no indication that they are in danger of not getting their lease from the city back. And their lease does include a provision in which they can sell alcohol. Let's see. The 999 Inc., which is Top of the World. They wrote their check to the state liquor division instead of to us. So we're waiting on a new check from them. Again, we'll just hold back their license until we get a new check. That's, we're not anticipating that that won't happen. It's just that from the top of the world, they don't come to Cody that often. So the mail does come that way, Bo. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I believe that's all I have to report, and I would stand for any questions.
Mr. Phil?
Mr. Chair, Hans, I understand, you know, the lease issues, but any one of these businesses could go out of business during their regular license, and if they don't have their lease, they're out of business, right?
Mr. Chairman?
So I mean, I don't think we need to, in my opinion, we don't need to put a condition of their releases. Because if they don't have a lease and they lose their lease of their building, they're out of business anyway. I guess that's where I'm going with, you know, the condition of the two Elephant Head and the golf course one. So I mean, if they, my point is, any one of these could close their doors at any time that they have their license issued.
Mr. Chairman, wouldn't they still hold the license? However, they could move it somewhere else without us knowing about it or dealing with it? Is that, if they own the license and say the Powell Golf Course and their lease does not get renewed, that lease is not automatically, or the license is not automatically canceled, correct?
Mr. Chairman? So Commissioner Thiel and Commissioner Overfield, what I would say to that is that the license is more tied to the property. So if they were to move property, they need to notify us, and we would need to notify the state, because the state needs to know where they would have to go to do an inspection on said business, things of that nature. Back to Commissioner Thiel's point of the lease, that the lease and the condition in the lease, especially for the Forest Service, is such that it's required by the Forest Service that that lease be in effect, and that and that they have the provision in there to sell alcohol. When we send that lease to the state doesn't care anything about the rest of the lease. They want to see that that provision, that chapter or line or whatever it is, in the lease. It says this business is approved by the Forest Service to sell alcohol on said property. So, and if the business ceases to exist, I believe that state law, I'm pretty sure this state law says that the license would cease to exist as well.
Okay.
So
That being my point.
yeah. So, and
Chair, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this is a board decision that it's a recommendation from our office to the board. That board decision is up to you, obviously.
Mr. Mangold?
You had the $800 fee from one of them. Is that them paying in advance, or what is that?
Oh, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Commissioner Mangold, that I should have taken that out, actually.
Oh,
We've gotten the fee, we have gotten the fee from everybody with the exception of that, the 999 Inc., the top of the world folks. Like I said, every indication is that we'll get a check on that in the next week or so. Again, their license that they have currently is good through July 24th. And then this renewal will take place, or the new license will go into effect July 25th.
Mr. Steele?
Not to complicate your question, why does Top of the World not require a lease renewal? I mean, that's it's not part of our concern, I guess, but it says Forest Service lease not required under Top of the World, and I know damn well it's not private land out there, so I'm just curious why is there a difference?
Hans, correct me if I'm wrong, is their lease renewal is probably not up.
It says not required. It tells you when if they're current or when they're up for renewal, the column shows
Okay.
not required.
I don't have my cheater, so I can't tell you. No.
I don't care.
Chairman, Commissioner Thiel. So that, I'm looking at that, and I believe that could be a typo also, because that I do know that they have a lease. And Top of the World, that 999 took control of that property about 4 years ago. And so they would have a current lease because those leases are good for, I want to say 10 years-ish, that number. So I can check on that and come back and report if you'd like me to, but I'm pretty sure that that's not accurate in that column. My apologies for that.
Any other questions for Hans?
Just one last one. In your paper you're providing us, it have until today for any public comment. Have you received any negative for any one of these establishments?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Thiel, no, we've not received any negative feedback from any one of our licensees. They're all in good standing with the state, and we've not had the sheriff come in and have any issues either. So the one thing I didn't, I mostly just talked about the full retail applicants on the top there. We do have the 3 malt beverage applicants down on the bottom, K-Bar Z, Rankin, and Wapiti Red Barn. They are malt beverage only, so they do not sell any hard alcohol or spirits, as the state calls it. And so those are at a lesser price. They're $400. The ones on the top are $800 for a year.
This is a public hearing, so anybody have any public comment? Any public comment? One last time, any public comment?
Mr. Chair, move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Move to second and close public hearing. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the list of liquor licenses as well as malt beverage permits as presented by staff. With the only condition of the check being cleared after and making sure that everyone is paid their fee directly as required. That would basically not single out anybody, but if anybody doesn't pay, they don't.
Second.
Move to second to approve as presented with the exception of until the check clears. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Thanks, Hans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board. We appreciate your confidence in us and getting this done every year. Bring all the licenses. Couldn't get them with print, so okay, I'll bring those.
I want to get your stamp out for that.
You've got just a few minutes or a minute.
Yeah, this show, I noticed Colleen's over there in the blanket.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
And it's supposed to be warm today. I mean, it's supposed to be like 91 outside.
This is the same thing. So the yeah.
Okay, it's 10:05. Next up, we have Kim Villivan and Assistant Director and Joy Hill, Director of Planning and Zoning, public hearing on Ramunda Minor Subdivision 98.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to summarize some of the conditions. All the conditions, all the facts are in the staff report. They're also in the packet, which all of you had a chance to read. The applicants also had a chance to see that. So the applicants and owners for this minor subdivision, they are Cadwalder and Alexander Few, and they submitted an application on April 15th of this year. We did receive a revised sketch plan on May 6th of this year. The applicants are requesting approval of a one-lot subdivision. It will be 1.91 acres for residential use. The remaining parcel will be 47.31 acres. And oh, I'm sorry. No, that is an existing. The property existing now is 47.31. The remaining parcel will be 45.4 acres, Mr. Chairman. Applicable regulations for this project are our Park County 2025 Development Standards and Regulations. We have this subdivision classified as a minor subdivision. The property is in the GRP zoning district. The lot size as proposed is consistent with that zoning district. Public notice requirements have been met. Relevant agencies were notified as required. Park County Fire District 1 said they can provide fire protection services if needed. Park County School District 1 stated they will have a bus stop where Pony Trail meets Highway 295. Park County Public Works had a number of statements. They said that legal access to the subject property is via Pony Trail, and that does have an existing 30-foot wide access and utility easement. Public Works also said that 30-foot wide access easement limits the ability of the developer to meet their road and bridge standards for local access road classification. Public Works said the traveled surface of the existing road is shown as 20 feet on Pony Trail. Public Works said that does not meet their standards for local access road, which requires 24 feet of road surface and a 60-foot road easement right of way. However, Road and Bridge Public Works said the existing road width seems adequate. An additional lot or address, and they said an additional lot or address would not alter the change of the use of the road. Public Works said the applicant submitted a request for administrative relief to the county engineer. And Mr. Chairman, that was granted. Public Works, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. I'll give you the details. Public Works recommends a note on the subdivision plat stating that Lot 1 and the remaining parcel cannot be further subdivided unless and until Pony Trail is improved to county road standards, including adherence to the standards for local access roads. So Public Works said the 60-foot right-of-way requirement is waived in favor of a 30-foot right-of-way for the entirety of Pony Trail. And Public Works also said the existing 20-foot road surface is adequate to serve the proposed development. So the 20-foot requirement, which is the road surface, 24-foot road surface, that is also waived. So Public Works did grant administrative relief for the right-of-way and for the road surface, is our understanding, Mr. Chairman. And we shared that, some of that language with you. So we did get a response from the Powell Clark's Conservation District. They identified two soil types, and both soil types are rated low risk for corrosion of concrete. Both soil types are rated moderate risk for corrosion of steel. And for dwellings with or without basements, and for small commercial buildings, both types are rated not limited. For septic tanks, the primary soil type is rated very limited to somewhat limited due to filtering capacity and slow water movement. The state engineer's office stated that water rights for this property belong just to the irrigated land, and that the proposed subdivided land does not have any water rights. Willwood Irrigation District stated the proposed subdivision also does not have water rights, and therefore a water distribution plan will not be required. Weed and Pest recommends the applicant follow best management practice. Rocky Mountain Power currently serves the property, and they can continue to provide electrical service. And as you know, minor subdivisions are required to have utilities. TCT stated they can provide access to the proposed subdivision. Game and Fish stated they have no specific wildlife comments. Park County Treasurer stated the parcel is paid in full. MDU, we have in our findings, have not provided comment. However, we did get a statement from the applicant showing that MDU does provide gas to this proposed one-lot subdivision, which does have development, does have a residence on it. We did receive one written public comment from a neighbor. They were in favor of this proposed subdivision. We did get a title report, and the applicants have provided adequate evidence to address the merchantable title requirements, which meant we did get a statement from the lender, so the lenders are aware that the subdivision is being proposed. A draft road maintenance agreement has been provided by the applicants in regard to maintenance of Pony Trail. The applicants have provided written consent from all adjacent landowners that a perimeter fence is not necessary in regard to that fencing requirement. On March 31st of this year, a groundwater exploration cut was made on proposed lot 1 to a depth of 7 feet 9 inches. Groundwater was discovered at a depth of 7 feet. A percolation test was completed on proposed lot 1 in April of this year. The perk rates range from 30 to 40 minutes per inch. We have, as a finding, engineering septic systems may be required due to high groundwater. Again, that high groundwater was found at 7 feet. A water sample was received for analysis from a well on this proposed lot 1, April of this year. Nitrogen was detected at 0.7 milligrams per liter, which is within the advisory range of less than 1 milligrams per liter. Sodium was detected at an objectable level. Sodium was detected at an objectionable level. Arsenic was detected at 0.001 milligrams per liter, but is not above the maximum contaminant level of 0.01 milligrams per liter. Monitoring is recommended. TDS were detected at 691 milligrams per liter, which is above the advisory range of 500 milligrams per liter. PhD was detected at a high level, and all other elements that were tested were satisfactory, in the satisfactory range. Mr. Chairman, I do want to make a couple comments. We did get a response from the applicant wondering why we have used, when we report these numbers, which we got from Energy Labs, their water test, we use, and you saw it, we use language like satisfactory or monitoring is recommended. The applicant wondered, why didn't we use maximum contaminant levels like we used to? The language we use came from Energy Labs, and the applicant again wondered, why don't you use maximum contaminant levels? And she read in, the applicant read in the DEQ water quality rules and regulations that that's required. Actually, that is only required for central water systems, not for wells, in-ground wells. So anyhow, the language we're using, it's not maximum contaminant level. That's because of the language that came from Energy Labs. A second water sample was received for analysis from the well on lot 1 in April of this year. Those results indicate E. coli and total coliform were not detected. And I believe we asked for a second analysis because I think the lab did not test for E. coli and coliform the first time around. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the sketch plan and application in May of this year. They recommended conditions. They found that the proposed subdivision is generally consistent with our Park County land use plan and development standards and regulations. All approval standards were pertaining to sketch plan review have been met. Our recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is should you choose to approve the sketch plan for the subdivision of the following. One is the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easements be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Number 2, final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners. The applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. Lot 1 and the remaining parcel cannot be further subdivided unless and until Pony Trail is approved to Park County Road and Bridge standards for residential subdivision. Number 3, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall address shared maintenance of the driveway road in the notarized disclosure statement and do one of the following. State how driveway maintenance responsibility will be shared on the final plat and disclosure statement, or provide a driveway road maintenance agreement to be recorded with the final plat. Prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. High groundwater may be present and engineered small wastewater systems may be required. Number 5, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. A water test from a nearby well indicates sodium, sulfate, arsenic, TDS, and pH levels are above satisfactory levels. Treatment and annual monitoring are recommended. Systems may be required. Number 6, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement, if applicable, addressing all applicable required improvements for review by staff and approved to form by the county attorney and approval of the board. Number 7, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. Any proposed water wells on the subdivision lots, it's a lot, shall be permitted by the Wyoming State Engineer's Office prior to installation. Number 8, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place a note of the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991 on the plat. Number 9, the approval of the sketch plan shall expire after 12 months unless the applicant shall submit an application for final plat. Upon written request in advance of the date of expiration and for good cause shown, the board may grant one extension of time for a period not to exceed 6 months. And number 10, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 185306. We're happy to answer questions. Should you have any, Mr. Chairman?
I have a couple.
Yeah.
So one of them, I guess this wasn't clear to me in maybe I just didn't understand, but with regards to the water rights. So the remainder 1.91 acre lot doesn't have water rights.
Yeah, lot 1, the one lot.
Yeah, sorry,
Yes.
the lot that's,
Yeah.
so they can't water from the irrigation ditch, then they would have to use their well, or how are they?
They would, yeah, my understanding is they have no water rights for this 1.9 acre lot that they'd like to create, which is where the buildings are, which had been developed.
Okay. And then I guess for the road access, I understand administrative relief has been provided and I read the letter from the county engineer. I guess my question is, so this lot extends like 2/3 of the way of the road, from what I understand, right? And then,
Yes, Commissioner
Pony
Simone,
Trail.
yeah, from the highway.
yeah.
Yeah, some distance north of the highway, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking, Commissioner
So
Simone?
what I understand from the packet is the majority of Pony Trail is encumbered or in front of this lot.
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
And so there's 4 people that already live on it, 4
Yes.
total.
They use Pony Trail.
And so currently with I guess it says the school district the buses can come, the fire district has access, but is the 30-foot wide access easement, if we leave it as it is, does that impair emergency services and schools from being able to get there, turn around, those kinds of things?
A good question. I do not know the answer to that. The 30-foot wide right of way that Public Works said is sufficient.
Right. And so I guess, I mean, we have to go with the county engineer's recommendation because right now he's saying that it's sufficient for the number of residents there, but he's also recommending that we reserve a 30-foot, that the property owner reserve a 30-foot area on their property for going forward, right? So,
Yes. Yeah.
and I just wanted to make sure I think that is in the condition, but can you tell me which condition that is?
I think it's condition 4, I think. The road
4.
condition.
The road condition.
3.
3, okay.
Mr. Chairman, just real quickly, in the Planning and Zoning Commission's meeting, the applicants, and they may speak to that today, but they made it clear that they're not interested in allowing for extra easement just for the benefit of a future subdivider. They said kind of that they want that additional easement in the future to improve the road to the level it needs to be improved to, that they think that they should then ask for it at that time. So I believe Mr. Cadwallader is in the room right now and he could answer to that if you wanted clarification, but it is not the applicant's desire to secure that extra 30 feet at this time across the entirety of their property. But it was obviously Public Works' recommendation that they still reserve it, obviously, because there's a great chance of future subdivision down this road. And that at that time, it's going to be very difficult potentially to get that additional footage to, meet the road standard. And then we're going to be faced with the same thing we're faced with now, administrative relief again, potentially. So, but anyway, feel free to ask the applicant, Mr. Chairman, about that particular issue if you're wondering about it, the additional 30 feet. And yes, you talked about the 2/3. This parcel that's being subdivided, it takes up a great distance of Pony Trail. And that's what he's talking about. It's like 2/3 of Pony Trail is along the frontage of this particular land, not just lot 1, but the remainder parcel as well.
Okay, that's what I was at.
Yeah.
Mr. Till?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Simone, I just want to clarify that the administrative relief is a recommendation. We don't have to follow that.
Okay. Yeah. My concern, Mr. Chair, my concern is that if we don't talk about that 30-foot that he's recommending to preserve, all we're doing is kicking the can down the road.
Mr. Chair, I agree with you. I'm just stating the fact that you kind of mentioned that it was decided that Fizz will decide.
Okay.
Yep.
Any more questions for staff?
Just, Mr. Chair, Brian Edwards said Pony Trail is wide enough and sufficient to allow for emergency services.
Oh, okay.
It's the email that he just said.
Commissioner O'Toole?
Thank you.
Just had a question on the one with the water. I know we received an information from one of the landowners with the subdivision proposal. The water test from a nearby well indicates the sodium sulfate, arsenic, total dissolved solids, and pH levels above satisfactory levels. She requested that, especially the word arsenic, I know that kind of panics everybody, but in a water sample, it's not surprising. But is there a way to word that? You do have treatment and annual monitoring are recommended. As she was asking for the word arsenic to be removed, but I don't know, when you list everything else, it is a normal situation with water. It is what we see from energy labs. Remember that in the past, but I don't know if there's a different way or a better way to say that, I guess is what I was looking at. I don't know if that's the same language that we've always used. I do not remember seeing those things listed specifically in the past.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, Overfield, do you mean like the descriptor, the satisfactory
Well, I
or
don't
the-
remember
or-
seeing it say sodium, sulfate, arsenic, and total dissolved solids and pH. I just remember it saying some,
Yeah.
some items may be above.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we have listed the analytes before that have been high specifically. If your concern is about specifically listing them, you could make a more general statement. Just say that, that it is recommended, treatment and annual monitoring are recommended. Just keep it simple. You could do that.
I do like that part that,
yeah.
that kind of says there could be an issue here and you need to keep track of it.
Yeah, if you should make a motion today, I would recommend that you clarify that during your motion.
And Mr. Chairman, you could, I'm thinking those last two sentences in condition number 5, the last two sentences could be stricken. You could just say above satisfactory levels. But certainly it's your preview. And Joy and I were talking about this before. Certainly, in the future, we could list, I mean, the numbers are going to be the numbers, but we could say whether or not the elements are above maximum contaminant levels. And I know Energy Labs used to report that way. For some reason, they don't anymore.
Wow.
And so again, when we say satisfactory, that's just the descriptors coming from Energy Labs.
Thank you.
There's one.
Mr. Chair, I think I think a more general statement is, I agree with Commissioner Overfield, but maybe reference the body or the entity that gives the report. And so you said, what's the name of it?
Energy.
Energy.
Yeah, Energy Labs is the
So-
name of the lab that did this test.
So that a person that's reading this, if I'm gonna later on go buy this property, I know where to look to see the actual report.
So,
Do you understand what,
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Simone, could you please put that into specific words for that condition?
tell me the number again?
Number 5.
5. Prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. a water test from a water test report from Energy Labs
From a nearby well.
from a nearby well indicates the levels are above.
Yeah.
Do you mean to say that the report recommends monitoring? Like generally, or do you still want to list the analytes?
No, I don't want to list the analytes. I just want to give a person the references to the body that gives the report.
Okay, so again, I guess my suggestion may be that a water test report from Energy Labs regarding a nearby well recommends monitoring. I mean, do you want
Yeah.
to keep it
Yeah.
generic?
Recommend
and let it
treatment,
just
recommends
be-
treatment and annual monitoring.
Yes, recommends treatment and annual. Is that how you'd like?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything more for staff?
And I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Simone, you're talking about those elements that we
Mhm.
have listed in here.
Right.
To
Okay.
be removed.
Mhm.
But just wait,
What-
those would be stricken, but
Yes.
it would just tell you the body that actually provides the report.
So those elements you want taken out
Mhm.
of that condition and just talk about the lab results and just lab results and that review,
Monitoring.
treatment and annual monitoring is recommended.
Yes.
Okay.
Any more questions for staff? This is a public hearing, so does anybody from the public want to speak up? Grant? Yeah. Grant, if you would, just come up and
Yeah.
state your name for the record and then speak into the mic for the record.
Yeah.
Okay.
Over here, Grant.
Yeah, Grant Cadwallader, I'm the owner. This was my residence. You guys have basically covered what I asked to come in to talk about. So, but there might have been from the chairman, if there was any questions or anything that I could help answer anything. Since I am here, you had talked about the easement and, the traffic, whether emergency contact,
Well, we have an email from the road and bridge or from the county engineer that Pony Trail is wide enough and sufficient to allow for emergency services. So he's answered that question. My only other question was just how we're going to handle the,
And one more proposal for down the road. There is a road next to a road. So it is another landowner. And so why me as one landowner would give all 60 feet when there's another road on the other side? If that makes sense. When you're putting a road in, does one go to have to give all 60
Oh,
feet?
okay.
Does that make sense? Because there is a road right next to a road. If that makes sense.
And Mr. Chairman, correct me if I'm wrong, Grant, but that's your property, your neighbor to the east
Yes.
has that road.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to get from other landowners. So it doesn't matter wherever you get this 60 feet, it just has to come from landowners, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
And then at 60 feet would then really encompass an interference with Pony Trail and their house and their structure. You would really put the road right up to it, if that makes sense. To their buildings.
Yeah, the existing residents in this lot that's proposed.
if you put the 60 feet on Pony Trail alone, it would put you're saying that it would put it up to the house, the residents?
It would
What-
come close. And then, you don't have enough room for your septic. All of this stuff had to be measured out and away from other designed watersheds and everything. So now you would start encroaching
Yeah.
the design of that place.
Okay.
Yeah, Commissioner Simone, Mr. Chairman, my understanding is right now that 30-foot is at the edge of your property. To get 60 feet without encumbering your neighbor, you would have to give an additional 30 feet to the west of Pony Trail, which would come close to the existing residence.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, just in case you happen to be looking on maps over, because I'm guessing some of you are,
Mhm.
it's apparent that the land to the east, they do have like a drive that goes along their field. There
Okay.
is a line of power poles that go between Pony Trail and that access going to the north and south there. And so I would assume if there were to be sort of a combination of this roadway in the future, that they would have to move that power line to obviously clearly be like smack in the middle of that 60 feet. Not that that's undoable, just mentioning that may be why there's sort of a separation there, also, because there is a power line running through there.
Correct. And then that did get brought up at the last meeting too.
Okay.
We did talk about that.
Does he?
So if I understand what you're saying, the only time that this would be a huge issue is if you were the only one that sold and tried to develop the remaining farm ground.
Right,
Then you on the property would have to figure out how they're gonna get there and get maybe a 60-foot easement. Because
correct.
okay,
Because there's a previous landowner and they tried for Ty Whitlock
okay,
is to the north of this residence
Mm-hmm.
of Pony Trail in this 47 acres. And he tried to get that opened up years ago when he did his subdivision there.
Mhm.
But there's another landowner up front that was unwilling to give that.
okay,
Hmm.
right there.
Yeah,
Okay.
along, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman,
it comes closer, further to the south.
yeah, close to the highway.
Yeah,
If I can continue, Mr. Chairman, there also seems to be a road that comes in on the west side of the stuff north of you where Whitlocks were that could be extended down your west side if you chose to break up just your land and make a 60-foot years down the road. But right now, that wouldn't be an issue.
correct.
Okay.
Okay. That's helpful.
Anything else, Grant?
No, that was it. You guys covered it. You did very well. Thank you.
This is a
Thank you for
public
your time.
hearing. This is a public hearing, so is there any other public comment? Any other public comment? Last time, public comment.
Mr. Chair, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Then moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Pleasure of your board.
Mr. Chair, I have some concerns with the easement. I apologize you don't like it, but we have run into the easement issues. And they seem to be coming up, catching us more and more as people are developing. And I don't know how we can kind of come to an agreement here, but I'm dead set that we need to have a minimum of a 60-foot easement to meet our road and bridge standards. I don't agree with this administrative relief. I could understand maybe leaving the road surface the way it is, so it's not required, but the easement needs to be in place. For the possibility, and this has all the indications of possible future development. And when you're plugging and eliminating the possibility down the road, without having at least the easement in place. That's just my only concern with any of this, and just simply because it's bit us in the butt before, from granting easements or administrative reliefs for accesses, and now they're landlocked in a sense.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question perhaps. This is a gray area that I don't have full understanding in the road and bridge standards, but something I'm concerned about in section 7 of chapter 5 of the road and bridge standards, it addresses administrative relief from design and construction standards. And it talks about the county engineer having the ability to approve the administrative relief. What I don't understand is the board's authority to override that administrative relief decision. So I know Commissioner Teal had just mentioned, well, we don't have to go with that. And I didn't know the answer. So I sort of been sitting here trying to read this and understand. It basically just says that the county engineer shall make the determination on whether it should be granted. And then the only thing it says after that is if the applicant doesn't agree with his determination, then they can appeal the decision to you. But I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if you can override his administrative relief decision, which I feel is a little odd, but I'm not comfortable without having that discussion. If you do choose to override the administrative relief, I would probably seek an opinion maybe, because I don't know if you can, because he's been granted that authority to make administrative relief by you through these rules. I don't know if you can override that. I don't know the answer. I'm just concerned about that. If that does come up for discussion, you might want to just check on that.
Mr. Chair, I just want to mention that we have the authority to place remove any condition or add a condition to the sketch plan or any of this. So I mean, that gives us the authority to change. In my opinion, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just saying,
Yeah, it's a gray
why are we
area.
here?
I think it's a gray area.
Mr. Chair, I'm just reading through the county engineer's administrative relief letter. And I hear what the applicant is saying. It says it's worth noting that the adjacent landowner to the north, Whitlock, was granted approval of a similar two-lot subdivision in 2021. The request was granted without requiring road improvements or administrative relief. So I think there's already been an exception for a landowner on Pelican Trail. And then it goes on to say the applicant does not feel that granting relief will result in substantial impairment of the road, which would result in detriment to public health, safety, and welfare. So I think because we have it, we have a situation where he would have, in order for it to meet the standards, it go up above, it talks about in order for the existing road to meet the 60-foot right-of-way requirement, you would have to get the approval of the other two landowners too. And it's unclear of whether or not they could do that. And somebody, the Whitlock, it looks like, has already been granted the exception or he didn't get an administrative relief. It was just approved without administrative relief from what I'm reading in here.
I would have to go back to that particular subdivision to remember. I thought there was administrative relief on that because it was a minor, but there might not have been enough lots at that time. Mr. Chair, the other thing to note, which I just remembered as you were reading, the county engineer did grant administrative relief with the recommendation, though, for that 30. So I guess in that regard, he did provide that opening for you, should you wish to require it. But yes, we would have to look back at that Whitlock subdivision, the Pony Trail, to see if that was administrative relief or not. I don't remember. Do you remember, Ken?
I don't.
Yeah,
I
we'd
do
have to look
not.
at that.
Yeah, the county engineer's note says no additional documentation or information was provided with this request for administrative relief. However, it is worth noting that the adjacent landowner to the north, Whitlock, was granted approval of a similar two-lot subdivision in 2021. The request was granted without requiring road improvements or administrative relief.
Oh, without administrative. So he says right there.
Yeah, the request was
So it
granted
was a
without
sim-
requiring either one.
So that was a
Might
sim-
have been a simple.
I thought.
Yeah,
I thought-
Pony Trail Simple Subdivision 273.
I thought it was a minor.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the other thing that's a concern to me is the location of the house versus trying to get
Mhm.
60 feet through there because boy, it would be extremely, I'm not sure how you do that on one single landowner. I mean, it might be possible in the future. Like I said, there is an option in the future for going down the west side of the property if that was all developed for some reason. There could be a road put down that side because I don't know if it's a public road or not, but at least on the picture that I'm looking at of the property out there, there is a road that comes in on the west side of that Whitlock Simple Sub and kind of goes down into the north end of your property. And then it kind of peters out after that, but you could do an easement over there if this property was developed in the future.
Okay, we are doing overtime for our next public hearing.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, just really quickly, I know we're short on time. It says in here that it has been suggested to the applicant and the Planning and Zoning Commission and that this office, being the county engineer's office, requests that the applicant consider setting aside 30 feet of additional easement for 60 feet total within the confines of the subdivisions to allow for and consider the potential for future development based on zoning. This is a request or recommendation and is not a condition of granting administrative relief. So I do think we had the latitude to do what Commissioner Teal had talked about earlier. I think the county engineer has allowed for that in this statement.
Pleasure of the board.
I'll take a stab at it, Mr. Chairman. Make a motion that we approve. Go back to the top. Remuda. Minor subdivision number 98 with the conditions as listed with the noted changes to condition number 5 regarding the water tests. and acknowledging administrative relief.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the Ramota minor subdivision 98 with conditions as stated by Commissioner Overfield. Yes.
Mr. Chair, with the discussion, then you're not addressing the additional 30 feet at all?
No.
Okay, and understood. I think that's wrong. I think we're picking and choosing what we're gonna do, and moving forward, we know more of these are coming, and if we're either gonna have a rule of 60-foot easement or not. And so therefore, I'm not going to support your motion. I'm just stating my reasoning.
We've done a lot of them.
We have, and we reversed to
And Mr. Chair, and I'm hoping that maybe planning and zoning discussed this as well before they sent their recommendation to us as far as easements is concerned, or if the conversation even came up. So I'm sure it did.
It was a lengthy conversation.
So.
Mr.
Further
Chair,
discussion?
I would just add that, I understand Commissioner Teal's hesitation. I share it. I understand the predicament of the landowner though as well. I feel like with the condition number 2, it cannot be further subdivided unless and until Pony Trail is improved. That gives me that kind of comfort that they can't go further unless they do what the road and bridge standards require.
understood, Mr. Chair, but no one else can either.
No.
There's more than one landowner
Right.
along this road. So if it is developed by anybody else, then it puts the burden on any other landowner, lot owner,
Mhm.
adjacent to Pony Trail.
So I
And
understand.
this guy's, no offense, he's off the hook. Because he didn't do it. That condition 2 is only reference to him.
Gotcha. Oh,
So then you're putting the burden, you're just kicking the can down the trail or down the road, as far as I'm concerned.
mhm. I understand.
Okay. Been moved and second to approve. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed,
Aye.
motion carried.
That was a loud oppose.
Thanks, Jack. All right, moving forward here, we have
How do we?
Jump. Sorry, Mr. Chair. 2026, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. Thank you, commissioners.
next we have Kelvin Dillon and Joy Hill from Park County Planning and Zoning, public hearing on Bighorn Mountain minor subdivision 99.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I will summarize some of the findings from our staff report and packet. Of course, all the findings, all the data, all the information is in the staff report and packet, which you've seen and the applicant has seen as well. So for this proposed subdivision, the applicant is Ryan Hobson, and he's acting on behalf of RH Building Investments LLC and Watt Property LLC. Those are the landowners. Mr. Hobson is the applicant. They submitted a minor subdivision application on April 17th of this year. We received a revised sketch plan on May 29th of this year. The applicant requests approval to create a 3-lot subdivision, one 2.39 acre lot, one 2.24 acre lot, and one 30.77 acre lot from an existing 35.39 acre parcel. Each will be intended for residential and agricultural use. The applicable regulations for the development are Park County, Wyoming, 2025 Development Standards and Regulations. This subdivision is classified as a minor subdivision. The property is in the GRP zoning district. The lot sizes as proposed are consistent with that zoning district. Public notice requirements have been met. Relevant agencies were notified as required. The Powell Clarksville Conservation District did provide a soils report. It identified 2 soil types. And those soil types are rated not limited regarding dwellings with or without basements and small commercial buildings. The soil types are rated very limited due to filtering capacity for septic absorption fields, and the soil types are considered not prime farmland. Garland Light and Power has the capacity to serve the proposed subdivision. Park County Fire District 1 said they can provide fire protection service or fire suppression services. Park County School District 1 said they will have bus stops on lane 8.5 and road 3 to serve the subdivision. Shoshone Irrigation District stated that once a plat map is provided, they will review and make any necessary changes. They said the plan is straightforward, in line with what was done with the adjacent subdivision. I assume they mean the Bighorn View subdivision, which is just to the west. Shoshone Irrigation District made another comment. They stated they are not aware of any tile drains not shown on their maps. They said that these private drains are not under irrigation or USBR. I think that's United States Bureau of Rec jurisdiction, Mr. Chairman. So I believe what the irrigation district is talking about, when you look, for example, when you look in our staff report, and when you look at figure 2, you see where this proposed subdivision is. It's in the northeast corner of that property. You see a green line. Our understanding is under these proposed lots 1 and 2, there is a tile drain, which indicates that's what that green line indicates. So there's an understanding there's a tile drain. It's a private drain. Shoshone Irrigation District didn't know about it, doesn't have it on their maps. They said USBR, it's not part of their approval or preview, but it looks like there's a tile drain underneath there. And when you look at the sketch plan, you'll see a proposed easement, and that is over that tile drain as we understand where it is. So that explains that easement, and we can talk more about that later. So anyhow, that explains some of the Shoshone Irrigation comments. MDU stated natural gas services available. Weed and Pest said that this property currently has a noxious weed control plan. They said a new plan will not be necessary. Game and Fish said they have no wildlife concerns. Park County Treasurer stated property taxes are paid in full. Park County Public Works stated the property has legal access from lane 8.5. No new roads are proposed. A right-of-way permit will be required for any new access points or improvement to an access point. Residences will be addressed from County Lane 8.5. Any new structures may be addressed after issuance of a building permit. A drainage and erosion control plan will not be required at this time. Mr. Chairman, in our findings, we have a statement from Public Works saying proposed lot 3 has a 40-foot width of frontage. That is not true. It's 60 feet, and Public Works knows that as well. So they're aware that lot 3 does have 60 feet frontage to road, or I'm sorry, lane 8.5. No public comments have been received. The applicant submitted a title report. The applicant has provided adequate evidence to address the merchantable title requirements. And just for your information, there's no mortgage on this property, and the irrigation assessment has been paid. So we feel that merchantable title issues have been addressed. The applicant has indicated that a written consent from all adjacent landowners will be provided, stating a perimeter fence is not necessary. So the applicant is working on getting those written consents from neighbors. On October 14th of last year, the boundary between proposed lot 1 and 2, a groundwater exploration cut was made to 10 feet. Groundwater was found at 8 feet 6 inches. On May 12th of this year, on proposed lot 1, a groundwater exploration cut was made to 10 feet, and groundwater was found at 4 feet 4 inches. This was this May on proposed lot 1. In October of last year, again on the boundary between lot 1 and lot 2, a percolation test found a perk rate of 7.3 minutes per inch. In May of this year, on proposed lot 1, a percolation test found a perk rate of 9 minutes per inch. Engineered septic systems may be required due to high groundwater. And Mr. Chairman, I'll just explain just briefly. the subsurface evaluation data that was collected last year, basically on the boundary between lot 1 and lot 2, that was just a misunderstanding. So we accepted that information and we assigned it to lot 2. And then this spring, they went out and did a subsurface evaluation on proposed lot 1 because our regs say you need to have a subsurface evaluation done on a minimum of half the lots. This is 3 lots, so we required it on 2 lots. That first set of data was really kind of on the border, but we accepted it along with the information that was truly from proposed lot 1. I hope that makes sense. Hope I explained that well. All right, a water sample was taken from a well located at 382 Lane 8.5 in January of this year. It was analyzed. The results indicate the water sample does not meet the Safe Water Drinking Act because total coliform was present in that sample. E. coli was absent. Nitrogen was purported at 8.3 milligrams per liter. Again, that's above the normal natural levels. Fluoride, sulfate, chloride, arsenic, calcium, copper, magnesium, sodium, and zinc were all reported at satisfactory levels. Iron, lead, and manganese were not detected. TDS was reported at 477 milligrams per liter, and that is the result lower than the satisfactory level, which is 500. And of course, TDS will possibly cause an odor, could cause taste effects, could cause cloudy water. So they recommend it being below 500. We said one of our finding is water filtration systems may be needed to make the Safe Drinking Water Act. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the sketch plan and application on May 20th of this year. They recommended conditions, but they recommended approval, finding that it is consistent with our land use plan and with our county regulations. Mr. Chairman, we do have staff recommendations should you decide to approve this sketch plan for this minor subdivision. Those are: 1, the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 30 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Number 2, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide a water distribution plan that has been reviewed and approved by the shown irrigation district to the Planning and Zoning Department and show the accurate locations of any tile drains that exist on the subdivision property. Number 3, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide evidence of 1, an existing legal perimeter fence, 2, written consent from all adjacent landowners, a fence is not necessary, or 3, plans to construct a perimeter fence as required by state statute. Number 4, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement, if applicable, addressing all applicable required improvements for review by staff and approval as to form by the county attorney and approval of the board. Number 5, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. High groundwater may be present and engineered small wastewater systems may be required. Number 6, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. Water quality analysis conducted on a water sample collected from a neighboring well detected total coliform and detected nitrate levels above normal natural levels, indicating possible contamination. Well water may be non-potable unless a filtration system is used. Treatment and annual monitoring are recommended. Cisterns may be required. Number 7, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. Any proposed water wells on these subdivision lots shall be permitted by the Wyoming State Engineer's Office prior to installation. Number 8, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place a notice of the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 91 on the plat. And number 9, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 185306. And we're happy to answer any questions that you may have, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for staff? No questions for staff? Okay, this is a public hearing, so I would open up to public comment. Any public comment? One last time, any public comment?
I have a question, just, and I'm the applicant.
Could you please step
Yeah,
forward and
yeah.
use the mic and state your name for the record, please?
It's Brian Hobson.
You're right.
Yeah. And this is just a question more just from my knowledge, not, but it does pertain to the subdivision as well. So our intent is to not have anyone build on the larger parcel out there, but we are being required to do a 60-foot easement. And from what I understand, that's because of the possibility of future division, right? We're also gonna put on our plat that we're gonna do deed restrictions, and on the plat that lot is to no longer be divided. What would supersede those notes or a deed restriction to allow that to be divided in the future? To require that 60-foot easement? Other than, sorry to interrupt. I do understand, like, I read the notes on our, the same notes you guys have. This said like the 60-foot easement is mainly for future development, and we need to have that frontage, and I do completely understand that. But if our intent is to never have that divided, because this is kind of our final place, and we're to the 40, we're gonna keep the 40 to the east of that. Just curious, like a take on that. If the intent is to not have it divided, would a 40-foot easement help with that?
Mr. Chairman, can I say something? The intent of that 60-foot frontage requirement might have been for further development, but in our regs, it does state that frontage has to be at least 60 feet.
Oh.
Joy, is that your understanding?
And I may have been.
Between frontage and easement.
Yeah,
So if this lot is to front the road, it has to have 60 feet of frontage.
yeah.
If it's not fronting the road, like say he's gotta go through another parcel, then that is easement.
Oh.
So that is a difference here, that terminology that's being used. To waiver from those requirements would require a variance. So now, the easement piece, that's more of a road and bridge standard. The frontage piece is a planning and zoning development standard, and that can only be varied by you through the variance process.
Ms. Oldfield?
So if I remember our regs correctly, you have no intention of breaking this up, and you kind of want that to be on the deed, is what I understand you're saying.
Yeah,
That-
so like
that-
our intent is to not have it
Right.
further divided.
But
Um,
if you sell it
Yeah.
and someone else walks in here in 2 years and said, we need to break this up now. We want to do a variance
Yes.
against that plat to allow us to do that. That's a decision that the county can make.
Well, and Mr. Chair, I do not have a legal answer on changing a deed restriction. Now whether he follows through with the deed restriction or not is not up to us, but how can that be managed or changed in the future? I can't answer.
up to
that.
legal.
Are deed restrictions permanent?
Yeah.
That's up for debate.
And at this point, we're not looking at changing anything, like we're kind of on the downward side of this all going through, but just for future, it was just a question I had on there. And I may have misunderstood, like I read the notes last night, and what I had read was because of future division. Or
Possibility.
because it may be divided in the future, that was my understanding of why it needed to be. Yeah, but I do understand too the frontage, but I was kind of misunderstood, I guess, on that, so. Cause my take was if I could make it harder to divide in the future, then that would be my goal. Even if someone else does buy it,
Right.
and maybe someone would want to buy that because they just wanted a 30-acre piece that wasn't dividable.
Yeah.
But just question.
Mr. Chair, I'm not 100% certain, but even if the note, if you're not developing, even though there's a note, I mean, the plats can always be amended,
Okay.
whether it's by you or the future owners.
Yes.
So that could be removed. So I think that's kind of part of your question.
Yeah.
Never say never.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You can intend it, but there's,
Yeah. There's always a work around it.
We don't have a crystal ball.
Yeah. Yeah, I just had a question on mine.
Okay. Any more public comment? Any more public comment?
Mr. Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
Been moved in second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Pleasure, board.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Bighorn Mountain Minor Subdivision Sketch Plan as presented with staff recommendations.
Second.
Been moved in second to approve the Bighorn Minor Subdivision 99 with conditions. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Chairman, resolution 2026-27.
29.
They go backwards?
All right, running
Yeah.
a little behind here.
Is it 29, Colleen? Yeah,
Yes.
29.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Commissioner.
Tim. All right, a little behind. Next we have Robert Mason. And this is for interview with the Park County Library Board.
Mr. Chairman, I would just clarify that the next thing in our SharePoint shows an application from Karen Horner for the museum board. That is a continued one. It is the only opening on the museum board, so we did not feel it was necessary to re-interview Karen Horner.
So we have,
So she is listed. So we have one on the museum board
Okay,
and two on the library.
okay. All right, well, thanks. Sorry, we're running behind here. If you just give us a little,
That's all right. I learned a lot.
I'm glad somebody did. If you just give us a little brief bio on yourself.
Sure. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to appear. So Robert Mason, and I've been here for 5 years professionally. My wife and I are the directors of Thomas Leaf Hossel Retreat Center just across from the airport. 2 reasons why I put in to apply to the library board. First is that I'm a parent of, I have 2 children under the age of 4. So we are not getting much sleep, but when we are awake, we're at the library. So we're there usually 2 to 3 times a week, participating in programming, in the stacks with the books, enjoying the cozy nooks that I think our libraries here in this county have really excelled at. Whenever we travel to see family or friends, our library just knocks it out of the park. And so thank you and thank the community for the involvement there and the intentionality of making sure that we have a space for gathering and for learning. Secondly, as I mentioned professionally, serving at Thomas Leaf Hossel Center. So we have a library that's got 3,000 books in it. So I'm responsible, the steward, for cataloging those, making sure any repairs that are needed so that they can be loaned out for guests or researchers that are coming. They're largely on theology and religion. But we also have little libraries, the free little library program, which you've seen across the US, the world. We have 2 of them on property. And so members from the community come there and find books. So that's my interest today. I think I bring a unique perspective to the board as a parent and with young people that are actively using the space.
Okay.
Great. Well, thanks for coming in. Question?
And just ask a little bit about board experience.
Yeah.
Working with a group like that.
Sure. Thank you. Yes. So currently I'm on the Wyoming Humanities Council and I'm the treasurer on that board. And so we not only manage federal dollars that come into the state, but then state appropriations and then private grants to help local counties, nonprofits put on. So I've been on that for 3 years now. Since 2009, I've been working with the Boy Scouts of America on their national board, particularly with the National Scouting Museum and the library there, and helping manage the archives, helping teach local council historians how to teach their story, to tell their story back home. So quite a bit of board experience in that respect.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I don't have a question, just more of a statement. Definitely an impressive resume, lots of varied experience. I think you'll bring a lot of diverse background to the role. And I love that you have kids and that you take them to the library, and it just shows me that you're invested in it for the long haul. So thank you for applying.
Yeah, I would say that you got a really good resume there, and I don't really have any questions. You've answered a lot just in your resume, so do you have any questions of us?
No, I've asked some questions of that board about the time commitment and the responsibilities, and so I do feel comfortable with joining and supporting.
And time doesn't create a problem.
That's right. 2 o'clock on a Thursday is nap time, so yeah.
Okay. Well, great. Well, we have some other interviews too, and we'll carry on some of them today, and then we'll be back in touch with you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dave Shepherd. Interview for Park County Library Board. Morning. Sorry for running a little behind.
No, that's quite all right.
So can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
A little bit about me. I should probably just withdraw and let Robert be on.
If you wouldn't mind taking the microphone a little bit better. You pull it towards you. There you go.
I can do that. I'm obviously soft-spoken. I moved to Cody last August from 30 years in Bozeman, which was, I will say, 10 years too long.
You can speak up. Speak up.
10 years too long in Bozeman. My wife and I, one of the criteria we were looking for in a new community when we wanted to move was their library system. And that was important to us. Cody's and Park counties in general, outstanding for the size community. I'm really, really impressed by the library. And as I mentioned in my cover letter, growing up as an only child, I spent an inordinate amount of time in the library. And I think that was a huge benefit in my life. I learned to read at an early age, and that was a major factor, and I believe in my success in life. So I saw the opening for the board, and it was something that I was very interested in because it was the library. I do have quite a bit of board experience in the past. I was the president of the Bozeman Symphony Society Board for 2 years, member for 6, treasurer for Warriors at Quiet Waters, Lions Foundation, a number of things that I did in my career in Bozeman. So what else would you like to hear?
Question.
I am retired from, I spent 22 years with Edward Jones and then 5 years as a photographer in Bozeman. So didn't have to stay there any longer. And I get asked a lot, why Cody? Library system was one, obviously, still proximity to things that we enjoy very much doing. And if I had to say, Cody reminds me of Bozeman when we moved there 30 years ago. So hopefully it does not change like that happened in Bozeman, at least at that rate. Anyway, so that's
Great. Well, thanks for coming in. What do you think your greatest strength would be?
I think the greatest strength is the ability to work with different groups. From understanding that people have different visions of what they want to see and different special interests, I guess. And I was fairly good at collaborating with everybody on those groups. So.
Mr. Chair, I'm looking at your letter here, the different boards that you served on and whatnot. I'm just curious, what is Befrienders?
Befrienders? Befrienders was is still an organization that matches elderly shut-in people in the community with, originally it was young college students who had to volunteer to do that. So we created that matching program for that. And I got involved in that knocking on doors, building my business in Edward Jones, and knocked on the guy who had started that organization. Proud to say that's still going strong after over 25 years
Okay.
in Bozeman. So
Well, thank you. I just was curious. I hadn't heard of that one. I've heard of similar groups like that, but
yeah,
yep.
it's
Good.
it was a very interesting group to be on and stuff. Reading was a big part of that group.
Questions? Yeah.
I see you only lasted a year on the Bozeman P and Z.
Yes, I did.
You still have all your hairs.
It's all gray though.
It's all gray though. Yeah, yeah. The
And what exactly is the Warriors in Quiet Waters?
Warriors in Quiet Waters was a organization founded in 2007 by retired Marine named Eric Hastings. And what we did was matched up wounded veterans, primarily from Iraq and Afghanistan, brought them into Bozeman for a week of fly fishing and rehabilitation. Amazing organization. We had
Cool.
people coming in directly from Balboa Naval Hospital that hadn't been out since their injuries. It was really that is also still going strong. It is now a much larger organization with paid staff and their own ranch.
Wow.
When I started, we ran it out of my front bedroom with, I was the treasurer. My wife did most of the database stuff for it. And we managed that from there. Now they have paid staff in their own ranch. So we went from a budget of about $300,000 when I started to several million now. So,
Wow.
and then the other one I'd like to mention, I was not a board member. I was heavily involved in the fundraising for when Bozeman built the new public library. My wife actually worked for the foundation at that point in there. So that was an interesting process to see how we raised money for that new library as a collaboration between the public and private dollars that were able to fund that. So, and they have quite the library system as well. So,
Any more questions?
Mr. Chair, I don't really have a question I just would say that for the two positions we have open, I think we got two highly qualified candidates. I like that I like that the one has the younger kids. I like that you have the older generation perspective, and I'm not saying
That's
that
the
you're,
gray hair.
I'm not mentioning the gray hair. I'm just saying that you've worked a lot with different groups from the wounded vets to the Befrienders organization. So I think between the two of you, you cover a whole gamut of our population that needs to be served by the library. So just want to say thank you for applying.
thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Anything else? Any more questions of us?
I do not. I'm
Okay.
familiar with
We're
both
going to
of
conduct a
those.
few interviews. You know, this one, we obviously have an incumbent too, but
Right.
certainly we'll be in touch with you.
Okay.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
coming in.
Appreciate it.
Oh, that's right. Please, Karen.
No. We could finish this right now. Mr. Chairman, there were no incumbents that decided to rerun.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So no, that's okay.
Karen's an incumbent for museum.
So
Yeah.
with that, first of all, I would make a motion that we reappoint Karen Horner to the Park County Museum Board for a second term.
Second.
Been moved to second to appoint Karen Horner for her term.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
And Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we approve Robert Mason and David Shepard to the Park County Library Board.
Second.
Been moved in second to appoint Robert Mason and David Shepard to the Park County Library Board. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in, gentlemen. Okay, so next up, we have Dusty Spomer, CYR. And Jennifer's gonna tag team. He brought Brock back up.
Always good.
Welcome.
Well, thank you for having us, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Appreciate your time today. I'm here, Dusty Spomer here representing CY Air, Cody Yellowstone Air Improvement Resources. Thought I might give you just a little bit of background on where we are today. We are here to make a budget. As you may know, we missed the application period, and part of that was we didn't. In past years, we would get the notice, and it was our mistake that we didn't realize by not getting funded last year that we didn't get a notice this year, and we got behind. So realizing our oversight there, but we're here to see if there's a position for us an argument to make to seek some funding. So to give you just a little bit of background on the organization, been in place for since the early 2010s. As a nonprofit, we're distinctly separate from the airport, but supportive of the airport. So what that looks like is that our whole purpose in life is to be there to enhance air service. That's the bottom line, commercial air service. So we do that in a number of different ways and for various reasons. But one of the primary elements that we're there for is economic development. We, if you think about the very foundational items that we need to provide in a community to make a community thrive. As many, air service in and out of here is a key element of being able to do that. And, I've flown in and out of here for a lot of years and, seen a lot of business people flying on that and looking at how that impacts their business. Cody Labs was a key example of that. Just the number of times I'd see their executives or spouses on those flights. And I know that a number of things happen there, but that was a key element in being able to attract a business, such as that. Obviously there was, a turn of events there, but so, with elements like the shooting complex coming online, those are partnerships where we believe their service has got to be a critical partner in being able to support that investment. We think one will support the other, and we need to be there for that element. There's a tremendous amount of leakage that drives right past that airport on the way to Billings, out of the Bighorn Basin. We've got the numbers to support that. We are confident that we can draw those numbers in. As many of you know, we've got a minimum revenue guarantee in play right now with United Airlines for Chicago flight. It's a once a week flight. We took a lot of heat on, why Chicago, why once a week, some of those sort of things. But I'm happy to report that that flight going out last Saturday morning had 68 out of 70 seats filled. That's pretty impressive. That's telling us that we're on the right track. And, that's a baby step forward. To kind of rewind a little bit, we took a big step backwards with COVID. The industry took a huge step backwards. We've been there working to try to recover alongside the industry. A lot of those things are healed up, and we're in a position with this MRG and ones to follow that we'll be able to continue to grow. We think the ridership is there, both of, right here in Park County, but also across the Bighorn Basin. We just need to be able to incrementally get there. What that looks like next, we've enhanced air service with our Denver flights. Reliability is up, the ridership is up, the Chicago flight's going well. We think the next steps are, we've got active conversations going on with Delta and SkyWest on being able to return that Salt Lake City flight that there again, we know has worked in the past. That's going to be a much larger bite when it comes to the guarantee that it'll take to secure that flight. It'll probably be, I'm going to say every bit of 800,000. It could easily be over $1 million. Now that's a guarantee. That's not something we have to spend. Just like the flight that we have right now, it's about a $200,000 guarantee. With the way we've got this filling right now, we should, if this keeps up and the projections are indicating that it will, we should pay very little, if anything, on that guarantee. So, all these things build on each other. We're also looking at opportunities to be able to, talking to Alaska Airlines for Seattle Portland. I mean, there's these kind of opportunities, other options with United, looking at Houston and just a lot of different possibilities there that we'll continue to look at as well. So, to do that, we've got to have financial support from the community. We do have some great funding partners, one of which has been the county in the past. And, that's something we're here to ask for your continued support. We know that you're in a tough position right now. We understand that, and there's a tremendous list of needs. We get that too. But we think that, again, foundationally, this is critical to the future of the community as a whole. And we believe that the county has a role in that to be able to, assist in supporting that. So, Jennifer, I'd be happy to have you jump in there with
Thank you.
items. Yeah.
I'm just here for moral support.
Jennifer's been a great asset to the board. She serves as our treasurer. We've got, this board is strengthening and growing. We need to add some to that. We've looked at, wanting to, bring on some people from rodeo and outfitters and, the Dude Ranch Association, and just get, real estate, continue to build on this so we can broaden our base. And that's working. It's moving forward, but it's slow, but it is headed in the right direction. So anyway, I'm happy to take any questions.
Kelsey?
Just had one, and with the minimum guarantees that we look for, is there a industry standard on what that means? I mean, does that 100% of the seats, 100% of the flights, or what's the norm?
That is a great question. So I would say, generally speaking, that number is about 80%. Now, it does fluctuate based on the airline and the destination and all those sort of things, but I would say just a rough standard is about 80%. Realizing it's you're rarely gonna fill that, but yeah. So when we got this, starting to get this data in on that Chicago flight, we're seeing. I mean, to be honest, I was going to be thrilled at 60%, and we're seeing well over that 80% mark, which is just
cool,
amazing. But the other thing I just quickly add about that Chicago flight is that I think is interesting, is that flight brings us to 45 additional U.S. destinations that Denver does not, as a connection. And it also adds 11 international destinations that Denver does not. So this is part of the reason why this is going to build on itself. And yeah.
So just to clarify, with Commissioner Overfield's question, when you talk about that 80%, does that mean up to 80%, you don't pay anything, or do you have to continue to pay the 20%?
So most of the revenue guarantees are based on a number of about 80%, meaning that would be the threshold where there would be zero payment.
Oh.
And so because they recognize that load factors are just generally, they're generally not full. And so you almost treat that 80% as being the goal.
Okay.
And it's an average for the whole term of the MRG, right? So if one flight's 50% and one flight's 100, that's averaging at 75.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a fairly robust formula that has a lot of other factors like the cost of fuel and some other things in there, but practically speaking, that's what we're looking at.
Mr. Teal?
So along those same lines, Mr. Chairman, Dusty, what percentage are we running on average?
Right now on the
Say the Chicago.
On the Chicago flight, in the very first couple of flights, it was coming in about 50, but the projections right now are, so like the projections for last week came in at 61. I'm sorry, that's passengers, not percentage. And that flight actually went at 68. So the projections are fairly tied to, close to actual, and that's a 70 passenger aircraft. So right as we're talking, we're going to exceed that 80% if the projections come to be true.
Commissioner Warren?
Mr. Chair, just some follow-up questions, Dusty. I think first, the the requested dollar amount. We didn't state yet, but and then secondly, I'd like you to just talk a little bit, having served on CYR or as county liaison. I think it's important for the board to realize that the amount of outside funding sources that CYR has looked at, the work that they've done there. And also if you could speak to a little bit about like what the city has done, and your efforts at the state level as well for funding.
Thank you for that. And yes, that would be an important thing to add, put out there. We've been wanting to come to request $15,000. And that is similar to what we've looked at in the past. As far as outside funding partners, City Cody looks to me like they will be able to get an equivalent dollar amount from the city. We don't know that for certain quite yet, but that's what we're looking at. And they've been a good funding partner in the past. In this current MRG, we've got two critical partners there. One is the state of Wyoming. They have an ongoing program that is for our type of an airport is a 60-40 match. That's 60 us, 40 them for these MRGs. So for this current one, they're in at 40% of the total. So long as that's funded, that will be there for future flights as well. It looks like a healthy program. I don't think it's going away. The other major funding partner, a couple, is PCTC. They've been really good to us in helping support MRG and also our PR campaign, both locally and in our outside markets. And then lastly, Forward Cody's been a really strong partner for us. In this current MRG, they're actually a financial backer for us in truly putting their assets towards a
Letter of credit.
line of credit to be able to back that up, so that we could sign that contract. But the debt comes back on CYR, but those are our current major partners.
Good.
I would add that I'm not sure a lot of people understand that, we have to have money in the bank in order to get the agreement with the airline. So we need to demonstrate that we'll be able to repay it. Right now, Forward Cody is helping CYR to do that with the letter of credit that they offered. This request would be to put some money in the bank so that we can continue to pursue other alternatives besides the Chicago flight. If everything goes well and we don't have to pay on the MRG for the Chicago flight, then the funds we have in the bank and maybe some of the Forward Cody funds, depending on how we approach that, would go towards another, right? So it would keep working towards the next MRG. And the only other thing I would add is fly Cody. Fly Cody to Chicago for any reason, even if you're going to California, go to Chicago first.
So just for confirmation, that, so CYR pays to MRG?
So we are contracted to pay the MRG if it came to be.
Yeah.
So that is the organization. These other entities are not contractually obligated to United Airlines. They are obligated to CYR and other contractual mechanisms. So
I guess that was my confirmation. It's not the airport, it's CYR.
100%.
That's right.
Okay.
100%. Yes, that's a great point to make is financially there is, there have been some projects like in this recent year, we did a joint project between the airport and
Right.
CYR to do a study. But outside of that, there is zero connection between those two.
Yeah.
In the airport, any funding request from them is purely for operational and ours is for bringing in new service.
Okay. Just wanted to clear that for the public. And
Mhm.
thank you. Anything else?
I don't think so.
Well, we'll see what funding happens here coming up the next month.
Thank you so much.
But
and
thank you for coming in.
letting us have some time today. We
Yeah.
really appreciate it. So,
Thank you.
Both for coming in.
okay, all right, thanks so much.
Thanks, Aaron. Next up, Brian Junior.
Handsome version.
What's that, Brian's? We are with the Park County Engineer's Office. To open and seal bids for Park County property near Franny.
Mr. Chairman, as
Mhm.
you're aware, we had a landowner request that we offer certain parcels of land for sale. They were kind of random pieces. Both of these were in the Franny area, and so we advertised, and now we are going to open bids for a 1 acre parcel on the Montana-Wyoming border, and then also a 0.4 something acre parcel in the town of Franny, and both of those were tax deeds, so the county became owners because of delinquent taxes.
We only have one bid,
I was gonna,
and it's for the Franny parcel number 1.
Okay, so that would be the 1 acre parcel on the Montana-Wyoming border. All right. This is easy.
For confirmation, do we have anybody request that other piece in Franny, or that was just one we included?
That was one that we had included so we could do several at the same time, but
Right.
really the only interest, I had 3 people contact me about parcel number 1 and only 1 follow-up, so there was some interest, but the one in the town of Franny, there was
No,
none. Does anybody wants to open a coffee shop on the Montana-Wyoming border? Might be a good spot for it.
Got to get a permit.
This would be a good spot to sell beer.
I'm going
There
for
you go. Or beer. All right, so this is for Franny parcel number 1. And this is a bid from the B/Land LLC company. Franny, Wyoming, the total bid submitted is $15,001.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the appraisal amount
No,
was
I can't remember.
15,000.
15,000. Okay.
Oh,
So we have 1 bid for parcel number 1, and so I guess it would be at the commissioners.
Can you say the name of that again?
B/Land LLC, which is Russ Boardman.
Yeah.
He is in boy.
Yep.
Discussion?
Mr. Chair, as was mentioned, we had an appraisal donor market analysis and that was what it was estimated at. I don't know how people are smart, I guess, they find out what it is, but I mean, this is a parcel we didn't even really know we had. It's totally isolated, has no, in my opinion, future use for the county. It'll clean it up a little bit off the book, so therefore I'm going to go ahead and move to approve and accept the loan bid for the parcel Franny parcel number 1 of $15,100 to. You can repeat.
$15,001.
$15,001
B/Land.
B/Land LLC.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
They moved and seconded to accept the bid from B/Land LLC for $15,001. Any further discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
There we go.
Put it back on the tax roll.
I do have a follow-up question though. I mean, is there closing costs, things? I mean, I'm not a realtor guy, but who pays for all that? I guess I should have asked that before the motion. I think that was part of my motion, wasn't
I
it?
believe it's, yeah. No, I don't. So we've done this in the past and there wasn't really much associated with that. We basically just have the deed, which is there. We basically have the attorneys review it and record it.
Okay. So it's not that big. of a
So in
deal.
the past, yeah, there hasn't been the title report's already been done at the
Already
county's
done.
expense. Yeah. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
That's all that's required.
I thought you were gonna ask about the other piece that wasn't getting any interest, how we're gonna make that look appealing.
No motion, no action.
Main Street, Franny, Wyoming. Right there on the north end, you could probably squeeze one in, you got the railroad right behind you, so it might be noisy at times, yeah, so anyways.
Thanks.
All right, thank you guys.
Appreciate it.
What was the appraisal on that little piece?
86,
86 on.
8,600.
so, right in there.
Put your tiny house right by the railroad, make it look like a caboose.
Well, that's what he was saying. Yeah, it could be
Won't be.
in Franny. Yeah.
A little early, but
Highway frontage,
Who seconded that?
Scott Mangold.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we recess as the Board of County Commissioners until 1:15.
And convene.
Second,
And I guess, and I should change it to and
Yeah.
convene, or we'll just do two separate motions.
probably cleaner.
then move to second to recess as the Board of County Commissioners till 1:15. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, I motion that we take a brief break, but convene as the Park County Fair Board at 11:45 a.m.
She wants a break.
Second.
Move to second to convene as the Park County Fair Board at 11:45. We'll be on break for then.
Okay.
You can make it 11:40 if you want. I just need 5 minutes.
I don't think I can go to the bathroom back.
Time to
Right?
run upstairs.
I'm good.
Okay.
So we gotta take a break?
Did someone second that?
I did.
Yeah, Lloyd did.
Did we vote?
All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay. So 11:40, is that what we're doing?
45.
11
will be it. That's all they get. They don't get much in Powell,
So
even Dan.
the discussion is on fairground campsites during the fair, county fair.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, as a advisor on the Fair Board, we had a discussion and the commissioners were involved in a discussion a few weeks ago about the issues that we have with camping and some of the complaints we've received in the past. So Billy did a little bit of reconnaissance for us to find out what some other fairs do. And they do it on a mileage basis of being distance from the fairgrounds to give first preference to those that are farther away that have livestock. The issue is being able to feed and take care of livestock on a daily basis, morning and night, without having to drive an hour and a half back to Matitsi, whatever it takes to take care of that. So we had worked with Billy on maybe trying that mileage thing this year. After stepping into the Fair Board meeting last week for just a minute, not being able to attend the full thing due to our planning and zoning meetings, was asked the question about our fair participants that are now coming from Bighorn County. I was not aware that we had that many doing that. I think Bighorn County is back to having their own fair this year, but it sounds like some of their kids that in the interim of their fair being canceled and then restarting, those kids had joined Park County 4-H groups is my understanding. So they were looking at showing at Park County Fair. Is that correct, Billy? Okay. So the question came up as to whether those from Bighorn County would be given mileage preference. Because they are from Bighorn County, of course, they are going to have some very lengthy mileage in order to participate in our fair, and a lot of them are livestock. So the question came up about how we want to handle that. The Fair Board asked them. I said, that's not for me to answer. It's for everybody to answer, but needed to bring it to us as a group. Figure out what we want to do.
Mrs. Chair, there seems there should be some advantage to being a Park County taxpayer, for one. Paying into our mills, which some goes to the fair, goes to the buildings, goes to all the help on the grounds, goes to paying Billy, going to pay our maintenance groups. I mean, the benefit has to be for the Park County taxpayers, not Bighorn County taxpayers, and that's their own issue. I don't know why they're switching over to Park County, probably because it's better. But if they would like to move to Park County, then they can benefit from the mileage and whatever. But I don't see where Bighorn County participants should be a priority for those that are traveling and for campground space. So that's just my thought.
Who's this morning?
Mr. Chair, so Commissioner Overfield, just to clarify that there is a Bighorn County Fair that those kids could participate in. They would have the ability to participate in their own county fair.
That's my understanding at this point. It was reinstated. They did hire a new fair manager over there. And she was putting back together their fair.
So, Mr. Chair, follow up to that, then I have to agree with Commissioner Mangold's perspective that I think the benefit goes first to our Park County taxpayers.
Mr. Till?
Mr. Chairman, I agree with everybody, with the only exception, which would probably never happen, and that would be once all of our residents are taken care of. If there's additional sites,
Right.
then we can go back and open it up to the additional. But I mean, if we have 100 sites and only 90 kids, there's 10 left, and you reback, then those participants could be
Accommodated.
I don't think we have extra sites, but I'm just saying, I just want to add that we're not welcoming them. But yes, I think priority definitely should come to the resident people of Park County first.
And Mr. Chair, it's my understanding also that there are always some dry sites available.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, we're not completely taking out, they can't come, you can't, but there's opportunities for them. It's just we'd like to prioritize the Park County residents who are traveling further to get the hookups.
Well, and I guess, I mean, I'm with you all. I mean, for me, I don't want to kick them out. If we got space available, they can use it, but we need to prioritize our local kids and parents first, and then welcome them on board if we have more thoughts.
Agreed.
So, Mr. Chair, does it, Commissioner Overfield, Does this require a motion?
Probably should as a decision of the Fair Board. That we are acting in that capacity.
So then I would take a stab at a motion that, the fairgrounds campsites, are given priority to Park County residents. Park County residents are given priority if there are any remaining campsites after all Park County residents have been accommodated, then consideration can be given to outside counties.
Second,
For discussion, would we want to include in there, something with distance?
Mr. Chair, I
We
don't,
already
I
did
think,
that.
We did. We
Okay.
directed Billy to do that.
Right. Okay.
So
I mean, I could amend it to say per the guidance already given, if you want.
okay.
But I think that's already been,
Yeah.
We've already implemented that.
so I'll just leave the motion as stands.
Move to second to, allow our Park County residents first chance at the campground spots
Through the mileage
with,
program.
with the mileage and then, open up to the outside Park County residents. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I
I will-
move to adjourn as a Fair Board.
That's personal.
Second.
Been moved and adjourned as a fair board. Any further discussion? All those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Beat me to it, Lloyd.
Mr. Chairman, I will send a note to Andrea, and Billy has heard it, so he knows what we're doing, but I will send Andrea a note.
Okay.
Cause she is the one she's the chair and she asked about the Bighorn County.
So do we need a motion to reconvene? Or do we do that at 1:30?
Do it at 1:15.
Okay, we'll be in recess till 1:15.
graduated from Campbell County High School, and then graduated from University of Wyoming. Is that an issue?
Can you hear that?
We all have to make sure ours is on mute, I think, or it comes through. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. Good. Still there. I can still hear an echo. All right, I'll turn off. I don't know if my volume on my computer. Does that help? Okay. I did graduate from the University of Wyoming with a degree in molecular biology. And then after that, I did manage a company for my parents for about 7 years. It was a Holiday Inn Convention Center in Sharon, Wyoming. We managed about 218 rooms with 13,000 square foot convention center. And we also had a bar and restaurant and had upwards of 100 staff members in the summertime that I managed. Once I moved to Cody, because of a boy, I became a paraeducator, substitute teacher for Park 6. And then Deb White took me under her wings. I did the administrative assistant job for Cody Can, where I supported the financial accounting for Cody Can and Park County Youth Cycling. And then I began as the Park County Youth Preventionist in September of 2023. So it's almost about 3 years that I've been in this position. I'm also the head coach for the speech and debate team at the Cody High School, and also the girls fly fishing coach as well. So that is just a little bit more about me, a little bit about the Wyoming Community Prevention Grant. So this is through the Wyoming Department of Health. So this essentially allows our organizations to collaborate together to kind of go through community challenges. I think that they tend to find, when I get the origin story of Healthy Park County, there's a lot of coalitions that were kind of overlapping. Different people were a part of that coalition, kind of trying to do the same work. And so Healthy Park County kind of brought that together. So essentially what our focus is for prevention is to prevent before a crisis occurs. So essentially what the prevention grant funds is youth substance abuse that includes underage smoking, drinking, and marijuana use, adult alcohol overconsumption, tobacco and vaping, opioid use, suicide prevention, and other mental health promotion. So we, as a coalition for Healthy Park County, our job is obviously the coalition leader, the community convener, the training provider, the resource coordinator, and the prevention strategist for this grant. So I know there's a lot of words on this slide, but this is just a representation. I was asked to give the work that I've done in the last year. I kind of cheated and did about the last 16 months. But these are all organizations that I've collaborated with in Park County through Healthy Park County and this prevention grant. And obviously you can see that we have a lot of activities, but essentially we are the ones to identify and address those community needs through evidence-based strategies provided by the Wyoming Department of Health, and ensure that we are seeing that through. So again, our approach is to connect people, our resources. We're to strengthen our local organizations and obviously advance on those partnerships. So just kind of briefly go down the things that we've done around education and training specifically. In the last year, we've done QPR suicide prevention training. In 2024, I was able to train 7 school district members on QPR. And then the following school year, we were able to train all freshmen, sophomore, and seniors who did not have QPR training before with the QPR training. And then since then, we've gone through each year through the health class, usually made up of freshmen, sometimes sophomores and older students, to provide that QPR training. We also do QPR training for the Park 1 school district. Their entire faculty gets this training. And then we do community trainings for QPR as well. This is like a 1.5 hour suicide prevention training. Very beneficial, very helpful, and an easy training to fit within a day. We also have done 4 of the youth mental health first aid trainings. These are full day training. These also include that we've been involved with the nursing school at Northwest College and taught this class to the nursing students. For assist, we've done 2 full trainings in the last year. We also certified 2 new assist trainers and 1 Safe Talk trainer. Assist is a pretty extensive training. It's a 2-day training. And then we also have done the ACEs and trauma informed education. This is about ACEs, adverse childhood experiences and protective factors for the community. We were able to train not only Park 6 and Park 1 educators and admin, but also behavioral and clinical professionals in the community. So what the CPG grant covers is all the training fees, the travel, supply, the food, anything to ensure that this training is kept free for the community. So in the last year, I've been able to distribute about over 500 Deterra medication disposal bags. So these are disposal bags that help with safe disposal of prescription drugs. We obviously don't want them in the hands of the wrong people who are not prescribed these drugs. We also don't want them flushed down the toilet or sent to landfills, all for the safety of the community. We have distributed over 300 Quit Kits and Quit Wyoming resources to the community. I've also distributed about 100 gun locks for safekeeping of guns. We've also distributed hundreds of safe prescription storage devices. These could be lock boxes. These could be pill bottle locks. Again, this is to prevent misuse of prescription medication within the household of the community. We've also distributed hundreds of Operation Parent handbooks. We developed with Active in Recovery, the Park County Substance Use Resource Guide, mental health resources for both adult and youth. Maternal mental health resources. We've been involved in the last 2 years with the maternal mental health resource fair at the rec center. The 988 suicide and crisis lifeline materials. We've also distributed substance use prevention materials. Why We Talk resources, which is through WASCOP, and then prevention event materials. We also provide free Surf Safe training for any alcohol distribution in the county. In terms of community outreach and awareness, we do provide a newsletter monthly. We have over 700 subscribers and 6,200 newsletter opens in the last 12 months. So this new newsletter covers events, prevention, trainings, and resources for both community members and professionals. Our youth prevention efforts, one of my favorite areas of the prevention grant. So programs supported have been sources of strength. We also support Bright Futures. I've done bot bin life skills for the past 2 years with the school district, started out at Cody High School and now expanding to HMA and Powell High School. We've also provided youth leadership opportunities. I was able to take 5 students from Cody to the CADCA leadership program in Nashville last summer. We were able to take them through the leadership program and also the SPIF model for prevention in their communities. It was a super great program. They were able to break down the community, take a look at it, the needs and resources, and it was really interesting seeing it from the viewpoint of our local youth. Of course, vaping and tobacco education and cessation. We work with Project Uprising to prevent sex trafficking and online trafficking. And then also we support and host the Bighorn Basin School Counseling Forum that takes place every year. In terms of the Botman Life Skills Training, so this is an evidence-based program that teaches good decision-making, good making decisions for health, communication, relationships, and other units to refuse the prevention of substance use and risky behaviors. In the last school year, I taught about 284 students. That was both at Cody High School, and then I did the last semester at Powell High School as well. And then here's some of the community mental health efforts. Obviously, we do provide those trainings. We do the 988 awareness campaigns. We are also in partnership with about 8 other counties for the Wyoming High School Activities Association. They've allowed us in the last year to create a partnership with them. So all stated, they have allowed us to have 6 state events where we're able to kind of table, if you see that bottom picture, we're able to table resources around suicide and substance use prevention. I think it's expanding with more counties this year, but it was one of the most impactful programs that I did last year. It was really enjoyable, and we got to see a lot of Cody kids. So it was nice to have them be able to put, a face to this type of event. And then I also do host and lead the Park County Mental Health Suicide Prevention Team. And then we just ended with our Park County Mental Health Walk. It was this last Saturday. Unfortunately, the weather did not cooperate, but that's pretty normal in Wyoming. But I felt we had a really great turnout, and it seemed like a successful event, and we're looking forward to next year. So at the end of the day, to make this coalition work and to make this grant as effective as possible, essentially working together with these partnerships is going to be the most important thing. We want to work in the community. We want to work in the community organizations. We want to hear from our members, our city officials, our city council members, law enforcement, educators, and how we can impact and kind of stretch what we can do with these organizations. I just kind of listed in the past 12 months the topics that we've had at our Healthy Park County Coalition meetings. Everything from Department of Family Services and Serenity Pregnancy. We've had state officials come out and talk about emerging drug trends. We've had Officer Dollar there to talk about school safety and support, et cetera. So I really do enjoy those coalition meetings, and they can be pretty impactful. So essentially at the end of the day, we want to ensure that Park County receives the benefits from this grant. We want to recognize that we can provide that coalition leadership, but also the other areas of prevention, youth development and investment into our school system, community education, obviously the resources we distribute throughout our community for free, the training opportunities we do have, and then public awareness campaigns. So essentially wanting to make those grant dollars extend as far as possible, especially when we work collaboratively. So the biggest reason why I'm here is that not only am I requesting to continue this grant, but also to move the MOU. So the reason why I'm asking for this is because we find that this would lead to a greater local impact. I think it's important to have a local fiduciary provider for this grant. There's a multitude of reasons. I'm sure all of you could figure that out as to why. But I think most importantly is that we have a community or an organization that's committed and invested into our community. I think that is going to be essential. Also with that is that we have faster decision-making, improved responsiveness, not only to our community, but also to the county, stronger local ownership, it's just me and her, more direct communication, greater transparency. We want the resources to stay in Park County. We want them to be utilized in Park County. And we also recognize that this organization and this grant should be owned by the community and not one private organization. The benefits should not just go to a private for-profit business, but to the greater good of the county. And so we want to recognize that prevention work remains the same. Our goals are always going to be around youth and the different subject areas. But our goal with changing the MOU is that not only do we improve administration of this grant and the sustainability, but also recognizing that collaborating with a new entity is going to bring new ideas. Sorry about that. Is that my computer? So we have gone through the the foundational, so they've given us the work plan through the Wyoming Department of Health. We've gone through the first review of that work plan for upcoming fiscal year of 2026 and 2028. Here are some of the areas that we are looking to expand upon, to enhance on with the funding that we get. Some things I was not able to complete with the current work plan of no choice of my own. So those are extended out to the future. And I can get you guys a copy of this presentation. I know there's a lot of words on there, so it'd be nice to kind of maybe take a look at in front of your face. But not only is it about youth prevention, obviously mental health and community safety, but we're also trying to invest in not only our older adult or our adult population, but our older adults that are 65 and older as well. So at the end of the day, this is our vision for this grant. This is our vision for changing the MOU. We want to make sure that youth have the opportunity to thrive. The mental health, conversations are normalized and we're reducing stigma in the community. We also want to recognize that trying to prevent substance misuse is essential before it begins, that families know where to seek help. We want to be that source of information, community partners working together, but essentially our grant and this program should kind of, lead to a better overall wellness and quality of all citizens. Because we do recognize these areas like mental health and substance use and these things. When we think of overall wellness, we kind of separate the physical well-being versus the mental health, and want to recognize that is usually just one. And so benefiting on that is essential for this. So that is a really, really, really quick rundown of what I've done in the past year or so. And I'm open to any questions that I can answer.
Mr. Chair, the Safe Serve program, are you the only ones who do that, or?
So we have to provide that free for the community. I believe so. Yeah. So they, in Powell, they have a different, city ordinance when it comes to licensing. They do tips training there, but the tips training has to be done prior to them getting their license renewed.
Right, yeah.
We don't have a similar program here. We have a point system. So to prevent and to provide a resource to all the liquor distributors or retailers, it's a free training that we provide.
The were you the opiate settlement money?
Yes.
Opioid.
Or were you part of that? Did you get those funds?
I don't get any of those funds. I was part of some of the discussions, but I don't, this is the only funding that I have ever.
Do you remember where the funds went to?
They went to.
Well, we did
Accident
create the
recovery.
resource guide.
Yeah, the
Yes.
resource guide, some of the funding was used to print
For
it. Printing, not any of the work put into it, just the
No.
printing costs of putting the resource guide together.
The other funds have gone to clients of drug court.
Yeah, I did
Drug court.
spots for treatment court, and then Yellowstone Country Assistance Network for some quality of life funding.
Mr. Chair, so Shab, I always say it wrong, Shab.
Perfect.
Really grateful for you coming in today and giving us the presentation. I think that was super important for the board to see what the CPG grant does.
Yeah.
What was it designated for? How's it been used? I think that's kind of where we're at. So to have the update was really helpful. So I think it's kind of confusing as a board member, especially for me being new, to understand there's kind of three parts to this grant. There's the grant manager. There's the CPS, which is the community prevention specialist, which is what SHOP's been doing. And then there's the reimbursement signatory. And so for our purposes of this grant, I think the county's kind of been functioning as the reimbursement signatory. And then the grant manager has previously been One Health. So when you're saying fiduciary manager, that's kind of where we are at, where we need to figure out. That's kind of what your question was, right, in here, backing up. And so this grant is, we're supposed to decide if we're going to renew it, I think by June 30th. She's already started the work plan. I did have a conversation with the state last week, the Wyoming Department of Health, and just asked for an extension because I think we're kind of running up against a timeline. This is our last regular meeting before July 1st. So we don't really have a lot of time to make the decision, and we hadn't had an update. So that's kind of where this lies right now. I don't know.
Apologize about it being such last minute. I was kind of thrust into this situation pretty quickly. And so I wanted to ensure that I had an MOU before I approached the county on any decisions about this grant.
Right. And so when she's referencing the MOU, what we're referencing is that for the part of the grant that requires a grant manager, there is supposed to be an agreement between the county and the grant manager, if that's the route we choose to go. And so we would need to come up with a new one if that's the route we go.
Yeah.
A new MOU with a new entity, potentially.
Mr. Chairman, the history that I have in the 8 years I've been here, when I first came on, it was done through Cody Regional, through their prevention office. Then when they closed their prevention office, we did have a grant manager that was Wendy Morris, and she kind of took it on her own. That did not pan out really well over the year or two that she tried to do that. So that's when One Health stepped in and said they would try to maybe help be the grant manager. And that's kind of where we're ending right now, is with that MOU that originally sat with One Health.
So, Mr. Chairman, the MOU would, for the grant manager, the proposed grant manager is under?
It's hanging right
this
now.
request?
If we're
Is
finishing
it One
up
Health or who would it be?
Well, One Health is finishing up, I
So
think.
One Health
through
MOU
June.
expires June 30th.
Right.
There's not a new, so the fiscal year of this grant starts July 1st.
Who would be the grant manager?
I am
You,
requesting for Active and Recovery to be the grant.
Action and Recovery.
Active and Recovery.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just to give the board more information. So I spent some time on the phone with the Wyoming Department of Health and I just asked, like, how do other counties do this? How do other counties manage this grant? 50% of the counties bring it in-house to public health. So, so that's an option, that we could look at is, and then you don't have an MOU with a third party trying to manage, because you have to kind of float the money to fund this and then submit it for reimbursement, which is then somewhat of a challenge on the county's end. And so that's one option. And the other option is we can put it out for, the other thing that the state said is we could put it out for an RFP and have people tell us what they would propose to do with the grant. Or we can do the recommendation of SHAB and go and pick one. So, but it kind of, we also need to involve public health. If we decide that we want to bring it in-house, then we would need to have a conversation with Brandon about whether or not that's something that he feels like he could oversee.
So I did try to contact public health. I did speak with Brenda Kronk kind of candidly about taking on this grant. She gave me a pretty firm no the last time I spoke with her about a week or two ago. So I didn't push that anymore. And so that's why I went kind of on a hunt for.
Right.
And I've had multiple MOUs organizations who are interested in that MOU. But it felt like this one made the most sense to me.
Mr. Two.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Simone, when you contacted the state and requested an extension, I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What did you find out?
They said that they would grant us the extension. We didn't have to make a formal request. They just said, we'll grant you the extension because they understood that this is our last meeting before July 1.
Okay.
And so she would just make a note in the record that we had requested an extension. So we can potentially bring it back for discussion and action, whatever the pleasure of the board is.
Mr. Chairman, I think one of the biggest things that we've run into as far as the county goes is, number one, it has to be a governmental entity that handles the funds and back and forth between the state. And that has been very cumbersome for our bookkeeping department because and not your fault, I'm not going there, but there was like even last July's request, I just signed 2 days ago because it just now got cleared of what was covered and what could be reimbursed. I mean, it's that far behind at times and keeping up with it and keeping our budget up with it and knowing where we are gets really frustrating for our admin in the billing department. So I think whatever we look at, it needs to have a smooth working relationship in a timely manner is the biggest thing I'm looking for to make it not a detriment to the county.
And that's the reason why I'm here. I mean, I think, the position that I was in did not do the reimbursements or the financial end of this, but I did see issues and I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but I'm also not trying to take the responsibility of how other people managed it. I think that's a reason why me taking on this grant is essential. I also think having a no MOU. The current MOU is One Health. They are a for-profit business. They have made, in terms of patient revenue, about 38 million and an additional $18 million in grants. So when you think about our annual grant, about $200,000, it's a drop in a bucket for $18.6 million worth of grants. And so I think when it comes to financial accountability and responsibility, we were just a drop in a bucket. And to the other things that obviously I'm not here to make excuses for, but I'm also here to put my own name on the line to ensure that those things do not continue.
The question that, just to be clear, the county in its capacity is just a pass-through. Basically, other than the bookkeeping that we're having to do. What other government entities that are required by the grant manager options do you have?
What do you mean?
There wouldn't.
There
it's either
is-
city
it-
county
either-
or-
Through the county.
Yeah.
Us or none.
Each county has this person in their county. Each person gets a specific fund through their county to do
Right.
this.
Commissioner Overfield mentioned that the grant manager has to be a government agency, and I just was
It's us.
questioned from the state as if, are we the only option?
I think so. I think it has to go through the county.
Mr. Chair, I did ask that question with the Wyoming Department of Health. It does have to come through the county. The board should know that we agree to a statement of work, which the county is mentioned multiple times on several shalls that we will be doing. And we also have to sign a grant agreement between the Wyoming Department of Health and Park County, which is a contractual agreement. So that's kind of my concern coming into this, trying to research it a little bit. We need to minimize county liability. We need to make sure that that we're complying with the terms of these agreements. I did ask about part of the concern is in the statement of work, it does require that the reimbursement requests and supporting documentation have to be provided by the 15th of each month. Reimbursement has to be requested within 3 months of the expenditure date. And as Commissioner Overfield has mentioned, that historically has not been happening, which has been problematic for the county. And trying to keep track of the funds, the reimbursements. And so I think that's what we need to look at. Where is the best way, because of the agreements that we have signed here, where is the best way for the county to ensure that that's happening, that things are being complied with? And so I'm of the option, my opinion right now is that we either need to bring it in under public health, because that's, I think, seems like the most seamless way to manage it, or we need to put it out to an RFP. And like she was saying, just giving it to one company, I guess is the word I'll use, instead of putting it out to everybody to be able to bid it. To me, I think it just needs, it's public money. So it needs to be put out for RFP if we don't go the public health route. So anyway, that's the things I think we need to come back and discuss and decide. Because the future, I think the grant is important. I can see from the work that you've done, I think it is having an effect in our county. But I think we need more regular reporting as well to the board, so we know what the grant is doing and
I
how.
think, I've had pretty long-winded conversations with other community members. And Jackie and I specifically, obviously you guys have had a different experience in terms of the financial accountability. But to us, it's one of the most important things. And so to have that transparency, but also that obligation to answer to the county, would be, obviously to put that to the first priority, because we want to ensure that we're following any of the needs that are in the contract, agreement. So if that's us coming in once a month, if that's giving us a specific report, in, a 6-month meeting, whatever we're willing to do, we are open to that, because we want to be transparent and clear and effective in what we do with this grant money.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if we can make a decision today. I'd like to visit with Brandon a little bit, look through the paperwork a little bit more, and then determine what direction we might want to go. And if we put it out, if we don't, if, whatever happens.
Whatever we can
Okay.
provide to make any of that, effortless or support or whatever we can do
Okay.
to not only ensure this grant stays in the community, but also
Yeah.
with an organization that it's gonna, benefit.
Right.
Do we need to, can we just call them and make a request, or they want it on paper?
For the Wyoming Department of Health, I asked if we could do it, and she just said, I told her our situation. She said she would just make a note.
Okay.
I can email her again and just say, do you need something from the chair? But
They did let me know that you guys had asked for an extension.
Okay.
I have a pretty good relationship with the Wyoming Department of Health, and they're very, very amenable, and they're very, in terms of these kind of events happening, they understand. And so to give that extra time.
They know commissioners, is that the problem?
They know commissioners, they know counties, they know all
think
that
it's a-
stuff. So I think they have to be pretty flexible in
I think it's important that we just need to have a conversation with Brad and sit down and discuss what, I don't want to put a whole bunch of work on him. So,
Right.
if he's just a pass through, but we need to sit down and discuss it.
Mhm.
I think in the past, one of the issues that came up, at least the first go around that we looked at this years ago, was having somebody, when there's a work paper that has terms in it that we don't understand, it's hard to know if we're meeting that work paper or not. Somebody from public health is gonna know if that's meeting the work papers or not when they use some of the terms that they use, which we're not familiar with.
We do have a county liaison through the Wyoming Department of Health for this prevention grant.
Okay.
And I think she's always usually available to help out with those conversations as well.
Cool.
Okay, well, we'll try to set something up and let you know.
Well, I really appreciate you guys' time for this. I know it's very important to me, so I just wanted to make sure that you guys all knew, and however I can help get this established, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys very
Thank
much.
you.
I appreciate it.
And you'll provide us with the presentation?
Yes,
Okay.
I will share that presentation with you
Thank you.
right now.
We'll let Brandon know that there's new work coming his way.
He didn't run out of the room yet, so.
Yeah. You have to have a meeting.
Okay.
Continue conversation.
Yeah.
Do we want to look at July 7 or something when we get together again? Okay, good work.
It's a short form, just sign your name.
Good going, Sam.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adjourn to our work session for planning and zoning.
Second.
Second to adjourn to the work session with planning and zoning. Any more discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
And we're gonna be downstairs.
Okay.